Hello everyone. Oh, for a moment I thought the game wasn't showing. Hi! Hello! We're back at it again. We're finishing today. We're gonna finish if it's the last thing we do. Okay, we finished talking with you. Right, we need to go, we need to go see Pearly. Suspension bridge. And she should still be on the Heavenly Hall, I hope. We're finally gonna finish the first trilogy, and it only took 70,000 fucking years. Well, it took almost 20 streams for the first trilogy. And they only get longer from there. February 9, Heavenly Hall. Look at that, they really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, you're too late, Nick. You come here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. Well, I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need, probably. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Yeah. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dixnim's room, reading a book together, correct? Yeah, I was so happy when he invited me. But I'm going in. You didn't go? It was so much I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dixon's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? That would be the inner temple. You went there, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is why you went, because you were so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? Yo? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Profiles. Maya. Because she was worried about her. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew that training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite a brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you go only one way does your channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced a Sakura temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to meeting Maya made me more and more worried. I could really see her though. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple at night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. Well, about what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. So she heard the lights out bell. The Asakura Temple's bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. I was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Ah? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. The evidence, the banned letter. You were given some instruction to follow for that night, weren't you? Bingo. Bingo bongo. I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Wait here. In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, you're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. But to me, I don't know. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly illegible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Yeah. Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirits would better have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Profiles. Good old Dahlia. It was Dahlia Houghton, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah. Just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Houghton. Who says in Pearls? You know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Houghton was? Yo. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading the instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of something you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you follow their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Good old mom. Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you follow them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How you... I figure it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls, it's time you start telling me the truth. Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you're having me. She'd say anything right on me to carrying out these instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, pals. I know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the matter. But you're right, there's no evidence that proved it was you. I knew it. However, got tracking name in Mr. Nick. I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Evidence. The hanging scroll that is currently covered in gravy. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read those words, gravely and roast among others, right? Wait, so the note that she was making, the note that she was making Elise slash Misty read was that. So she knew. So she knew that Morgan was the man that did this to her. Or was planning to anyway. That's silly. That's fun. Don't you love when your sister gets her daughters to kill you? Fun. How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Yuxnim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Well, I love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? I'll make a list. For example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Justin told you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like wavy to me, and the only words I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that nice pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even bend the letter properly as my mother had asked me. It's a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Well, to be fair, your mother is kind of a bastard. I stayed in it, and I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging corner of the sacred cabin. I was sure it was the master coloring like he said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mr. Meyer's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Well, see you fall asleep. I know you didn't mean you just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for irons too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but just keep reach wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator and then I headed up to heated up the leftover gravy and left off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Damn. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said as soon as you hit the lights up, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Houghton's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come fly into the sky for you. Wish, just like that. But she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely though. Will you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Houghton. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yeah, his letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I'm partially responsible for that, and she deserved it. I visit her every month. And last month she told me, the time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fate Clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Pearl, you literally told me that your mother hit you. As punishment. On purpose. I don't agree with that statement that you just said. Yeah, but we'll do anything for their kids, right? He said it was pretty good of the fake one, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the fake one, so it had to be good for her too. Pearl, you're a fucking idiot. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Houghton. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirits, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken as if someone had already opened it before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. Yeah, and it terrifies me because she's evil. I'm sure Mystic Maya would be alright. Pearl, your mother wanted to kill her. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Aha. Oh, I got it. Finally figure it out, have you tried? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Goddard! Are you gonna ruin the innocence of a child? The entrance to the secret cabinet looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Aries and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya facing coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, right? Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. No, it wasn't. I was working for her. She was my boss. She was literally my boss. I was training under her. It's not like I was sleeping with the woman. She was literally my boss, Godot. I think you have no idea how this kind of relationship works. Because if that's the case, she was responsible for protecting you and she did nothing either. Like, would you be this asshole-ish if, like, a woman was the person who was working under her? I feel like he would be, but he would be, like, twice as sexist about it as well. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. Okay, but like, that's what saved Maya's ass from going to jail for the murder of her sister. You do realize that now? Right? Like you do realize that if I had not been there, Mia would have been killed anyway. Like, it would have happened no matter what. And Maya would have ended up in jail. If not in the death row. Because she was being framed for the crime. You do recognize that, right? You were the only one who could have saved it. No, I was not! But I didn't know anything about what was going on! What did you just say, right? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Yeah, but like, okay, Godot, no offense, but how am I supposed to not be oblivious to information that no one at any point whatsoever has given me? Like, it's not like I'm following Pearl when she goes to visit her mom, which she has the right to, even if she's on solitary confinement. Like, you're really putting way too much responsibility on a single lawyer who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time a bunch of times. Like, do you think this man chooses his bullshit? Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Like justice for all? Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said, what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see her for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Okay, but we need to talk about the fact that your mother is evil. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better than you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. Seems I was just in time. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Fuck you too, Morgan. February 10, 9:39 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Guy, why? Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is it the Irish trying to remove the street clocks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Oh, then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kinda strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Boyfriend! I mean Edward! What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska's engaged in some important work at the Secret Cavern. The Secret Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks by herself, like an idiot. I told her to bring Sister Bikini, but she didn't listen to me. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Ah, yes, Sister Bikini was there. What do I feel like that's actually... It's still what happened? Like, Franziska wanted to do it by herself, and Bikini's just like, you don't know what you're doing, let me do it myself. I don't know, I feel like that's the vibe that the situation should have. We estimate the last of the log should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edward. You're always there for me, except for the moments where I really need you and you're not there for me. Prosecutor Goddard intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac from you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you pass your call on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. He's so fucking gay. Thanks, boyfriend. Right, not in the courtroom. In the courthouse. Technically, we're not in the courtroom. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Alexis's name... No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. If it's the last thing I do before losing my badge in like a couple of years and then having to be replaced by Apollo Justice's character in the series. I'm sorry, I really like Apollo. I feel like he got the short end of the stick in general. Apollo Justice with his 35 different backstories. Oh boy. February 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. I got it. Court is now in session for the trial of Aries of Asakura Temple. His honest reaction to this. Your Honor? Where are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers, that explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. His poor Canadian brother. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Goddard. I understood exactly what you said, at least up to the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Goddard, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Asakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? Did the defendant? Iris... Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Because she is difficult about her fifis for you, Phoenix. Oh god, my nose. I thought that I was finally getting clear of the snot, but it's back. It's back at it. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. I didn't read the last thing that it said. God fucking damn it. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Ares. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Asakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Duxnim? No, I just said that I played a part. I didn't say that I murdered anyone. Do you people not listen to what I'm saying? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. And after her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Asakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. They mean it's in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. What are you an accomplice to then? Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That got it. So this is the confession they were conferring about? It pains me to say this, but it looks like Ares' testimony was all a lie. Which sucks. Ares' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Where it's supposed to be. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Ares was covering for someone. And I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hasagura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hasagura Temple is run by one of the French families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Faye. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. It is naming Maya. Order in the court, so not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. It's always up to incriminating Maya in the end. This girl has been, accused of murder at least, 3 times by now. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mr. Glees strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mr. Glees moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Glees was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instinct of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. Unless... Now the person who did go was... that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. I will be doing that right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is the one that I need to press. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her stuff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute! What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Duxney tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Stupid eldritch word. Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Yes. We have a murder weapon. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless... That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment, it's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
No, it will not be. Shut up.
Okay, now let's continue.
He threw her stuff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
Yeah, that's wouldn't make any sense because, why would she? She has a sword. And a sword is better than a dagger if you're good with swords. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of the events.
Huh?
Miss Dog's name throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with the stuff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Ah.
If Liz Dog's name really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in the staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. I mean, yeah, but that's not even a long sword. That's... like, it's not a long sword. It is long, but it's not a long sword. You can still very easily kill someone at close quarters with a sword. I guess it's kind of long because it's from a staff, but I assume it's not like the entire length of the staff, my dude. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dioxin would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Profiles. Real name Misty Fey. Elise Dioxin would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dioxin. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey?
Ah, no. Not Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is a master of the Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Yes. When have I never not been serious, Judge?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright, was Elysius actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. We double checked. We're sure of it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the dead were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is it? What is this one little impossible thing? Ah, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I had this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning How many cup of coffee you drink in the morning, my dude? 8 is a little dramatic. Just saying. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate into the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closer, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. God fucking damn it, got it. You investigated pine tree at the crime scene? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, then in the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. This is like I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. You just said 8! Didn't you just say it was your age just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such a short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Okay, but I want the blood test. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. Thank you, Judge. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. No. Really, whack his balls. I mean, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. The blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. God fucking damn it. Cute girls never lie. Ever. That's a lie and you know it. Like, you got killed by Dahlia Horton, my dude. Of course cute girls lie, and a lot. I'll go ahead my nose, give me a sec. I'm almost cured, but still, I'm still a little ill. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story. Was it?
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Whatever you say, Your Honor. Uh-huh. Okay, but... where's the autopsy report? Stabbing in the back. Impossible to be stabbed in the back in this situation. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Like, in general.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, or the chest, or any other area on the front, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
Ah.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. Is it? People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? No? Have you been playing Library of Ruina? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of his testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away that useful stuff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Judge, that's like 90% of her testimony is inconsistencies. I mean, the mother and daughter thing, like, wouldn't be the first time a child murders their parent. Not an uncommon situation even, or parents trying to murder their children, also not uncommon. But everything else, yeah. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrated on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Goddard, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, do you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. And in other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Mouse and lightning. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night, that's why humans are weak. Isn't that right? Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. But fucking damn it, couldn't. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? What's the flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says my upside down. What the?
Ah, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. I mean, he did mention he's not good with the color red before. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Goddard, anything further? Mr. Goddard? Okay then, let's move on. Goddard is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. He drinks too much, maybe he's not even affected by it anymore. I believe it has now been established that Miss Duxton was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurain tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shijishito to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dixon was actually Misty Fae. I committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose.
You suppose? Come on, Judge.
Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. I should ask for more details about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
And then, when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
What about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her testimony to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
Okay. Uh-huh. But this is the important part. Where is it? Where is the weather report? Oh, there it is. Weather data. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, which is why I needed you to add it to your testimony. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the ski bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, the ski bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No.
Order, order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? Well, how dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yeah, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can be disputed. First, the body of Elise Justin was discovered in the Hasakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise's Dexname's body. Okay, but if everything, like, you do realize that with all of the other contradictions, there is a very real possibility that she's just lying about the entire rest of the stuff, right? He makes a good point on both accounts. Phoenix!
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Police system? Helicopter? Secret passage underneath the bridge? Magic powers? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Fucking damn it. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Probably. We always deal with someone else later, so...
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the nose still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder again. Again, maybe. Try it. I'm only going to say it one more time. One more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Thank you, Georgie. My friend, my best friend, the judge. Okay. Actually, this is... photo... Tracks photo, crime photo... Here, Larry's sketch. Larry's is an excellent sketch. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air and or your ass. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Let it master us! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Duke's name's Brilliant, a highly gifted apprentice. Loris, that's name. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? I know that is... Everybody's just so confused by everything. Brilliant. Yeah. Remember what he said in his testimony, and also Phoenix, you really had to call him that when you could have just called it Larry. You could have just called him Larry. Anyway, remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Everyone's honest reaction to that. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does his sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. I'm gonna prove that it proves something. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Loris Duke's name is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm not an art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. God. Loris Johnson stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I think it's the left suspension wire. Like, it's the suspension wire, the left one. It is wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality supposedly contradicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That would be the Dusky Bridge photo from the morning after the crime. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat! What? What's that supposed to mean? Are you also Canadian? I thought your brother was Canadian. The wires are below the guard wires. Black. What? Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was sleeping in his bed. Well, actually in the... probably on the futon that is in the Heavenly Hall. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. Then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. This is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Loris doesn't witness the event while he was laying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Loris Juxim's sketch is like this. Boop. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burned into a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long. And that, how much would it be? In meters. Like, I don't know how many... Like, how much is a yard? How many meters are a yard? I need to search this for knowledge. Let's see, meters to yards. So 1 meter is slightly less than a yard. So 20 yards would be 18 meters. 0.288 to be super precise. So that's a decent and that's decently long. Which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Oh, you know, that long rope that is right there on the picture, that is very visible. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise's victim's body. Poop. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ah. Glug, 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 glug. Dude, how much coffee are you gonna drink? Like that. Mr. Godot. He's still going. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I mean... 10 feet after death. Well, she does have the fall that is unexplained. So... maybe? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at the approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped for some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elisa Tuxim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked over in marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed. All of you are fucked. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. Thanks! You have provided us with a way the body would have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! My face! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Well, at least I'm not gonna get like 30-degree burns. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Goddard? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Uh-huh. Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? Coffeenese, that's a good one. If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Goddard is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body wouldn't have made it to Hasakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hasakura Temple side? That would have been Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh? Oh? Oh? Ah! But I don't see why you're so surprised. Yeah, like, it's kind of obvious at this point. You did admit being an accomplice, so it makes sense that you would indeed be an accomplice. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by Smallville. But with her bad luck, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. With her bad back, rather. Why did I say bad luck? God damn it. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Goddard? This witness was also seen at Hasakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. It's almost like she was. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Isn't this sketch drawn by an eyewitness? I have established how the body was moved using the Bernard Bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. The body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're not saying this witness isn't Iris of Hasakura Temple. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... Yeah? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Profiles? I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Horton. Horton? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Horton. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ugh, it's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Horton. Yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Horton. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine. Damn. But according to this, Dahlia Horton is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, and order.
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the current channeling technique flows within that body. The current channeling technique? No, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Horton herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting but not quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Horton just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put it things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Ah, what's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay, and part of the plan called for Dahlia Horton to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazagura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Horton. Objection. Oh, my nose is itchy. Do you even know what you're trying to say, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Horton business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know of the crime. After meeting Sister Rikini, the Dahlia Horton that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. God, my nose, it's really itchy today. God damn it. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazagura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her rooms and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Ah, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places. Switch places! I mean, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen in this series. We prosecuted them, like, we prosecuted a parrot. Wait, no, prosecuted, cross-examined a parrot once. Like, come on. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness identity, we cannot continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hasakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Horton? Well, there was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Paul Files, my boyfriend. Studies foreign judicial systems now, and he is my boyfriend. This is Mr. Edward, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake. Earthquake! Oh my goodness, they in a temple. This kind of tremor might. Yeah. What could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Horton. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. Not judging his right man would consider the idea of cheating, channeling, and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Horton, and my current profession, permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Horton. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. This time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. But that sucked. February 10, 1:06 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fate to install her own daughter as the next master.
But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame paint on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that.
Don't give us that nonsense, there's no way that... What yourself tried. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. God, Mr. Goddard is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
Phoenix, they tried to get her in jail for life last time. Which, to be fair, she would be blamed for murder, so... By all means, she could get the death penalty in Japanifornia, so... It's not the first time that Morgan Fay tries to get her out of the way. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fey the master occurring.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her youngest sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with her father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the annual temple.
You mean Iris? Boy, girl, you're kind of, heartless.
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Damn. Horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was the stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that?
Well, Morgan is kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, if you ask me. You? You were going to kill Maya.
But I didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister. On Sister Iris of Asagura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Asakura Temple that night. But she wouldn't have seen Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Paro Fey.
That's absurd. Maggie's she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Oi.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Don't do that to me.
You want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What do you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? God, my nose. I'm trying to breathe. It's terrible.
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not even be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say?
So this woman, Dahlia Horton,
she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was?
As a matter of fact, I do. Could it be that your actual god had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take the ransom someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how would you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away that person... I wanted to get away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped her out with that. I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would just kill Maya? Your goal was not different than that of Morgan Fey. Well, yeah, that's the point, Phoenix. Everybody's terrible in this situation. Oh god, my nose. Wait. God, I hate my nose. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Asakura Temple. So it was Lacey Oxims who challenged her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What do you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hope it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those strict locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how do you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost or one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the secret cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? Well, it was probably Dark Phoenix. If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. Oh, okay, fair. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation. Oh god, I thought it was Iris. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cabin and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck?
After that with Earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Flay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that it was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Faye. The picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! This bitch. Order in the court, what is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous, that's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What do you mean? Okay, but like, you have to admit a thing, Phoenix. It makes no sense what you think. Like, who is currently channeling Dahlia? Like, it's clearly Maya. It can't be anyone else, but if that's the case, there's a bunch of things here that don't work. Because she's been in this exact body the entire time, and she was in the secret chamber. Ergo, if she's in the secret chamber, how did she get in there in the first place if she was stabbed? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Okay, but Phoenix survived, so...
So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Damn. Oops. That's my phone. Sorry, that's my phone. I like that Goddard has like me and Maya's team as his ringtone. It's a nice rendition of the team too. What kind of ringtone is that? A ringtone that reminds him of his lost love, Phoenix. Don't be a dick about it. It's a nice tune too, don't be a dick. Got it here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the logs from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Uh-huh. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the second cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No, I fucked up. This is like the third time that Phoenix has to deal with this shit. It seems. Yeah. This case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of the Elise Dioxnim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be... Ha! Right? Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Actually, the entire line, this is a Sherlock Holmes line. Once you eliminate the impossible, no matter how improbable, what remains must be the truth. I believe it's the entire phrase. No matter how improbable it may seem. Yeah, that's the part that you forgot. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. We had this entire thing happen in the last case again. Well, yeah, it's in case 4 actually. Like, that is the entire argument that got us out of a jam during case 4, because it's the exact same fucking place. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Houghton claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refute this claim? Is it the temple map? Yeah, it's the temple map. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo, or at the very least find it, because it would just be stuck in the rocks. Ah. Ha, so you finally figured it out. You. No. Not again. Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else you could possibly be hiding. Miss Houghton, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago, from that prosecutor that likes to drink a lot of coffee. He's kind of a nerd. Maya Fey wasn't inside the stricken cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? You know. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Dahlia Horton all the ultimate punishment. Oh god, my nose. Shall I tell you, Miss Horton? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Yeah, she's right in front of you. She's been testifying this entire time. Dahlia Horton. I seem to recall that you said. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. Oh god, my itchy nose. I am attacked by the itchy nose disease. It's so itchy and so diseased. And I'm so full of it, the disease. God damn it. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Horton? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never feel like channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Profiles, Maya. This is an easy one. Rose couldn't do it, and Misty Face is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Horton. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Horton said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Grams, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hasakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Horton, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Yeah. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't that obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come with a... She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! Hi! Hi, Boobs McLarge! I miss your boobs. How you doing? Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Houghton. Hey, got it. How do you feel about seeing your girlfriend? Hey, got it. Hey, got it. Hey. Okay. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? There. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that. I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Houghton as soon as possible, and lock herself in the secret cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock in there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Houghton would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearl? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Houghton's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Houghton would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Houghton? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, what did you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. Whoop. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Houghton, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of a stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey. You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired check the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Ayahaton. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Horton, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. Oh god, my nose. I hate that my nose is being itchy when the drama is happening. God damn it. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Yep. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Bye. You know, Dahlia, this wouldn't have happened if you weren't that much of an idiot. And also less greedy. Oh, hey, hi, Maya. Nick says, Boop. Someone call an ambulance. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Goddard, what happened to Dahlia Horton? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey as well as the young Para Fey were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. Medium Valley? It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel the spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the current channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand the world, that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh, for fuck's sake, Godot. Really? Really? We get to this point, Godot, and you're gonna be like, yeah, no, how about we continue this bush? Like, Godot! This motherfucker. You're a little too fast with that cable, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? Right, remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Zalia Houghton was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least Misty Fate. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it! This isn't over! Oh boy, and I thought that we could finish without an intermission in the middle. I guess we're gonna have to take one before the end. Because I need my coffee, and my stretchies, and more water. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to get a final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is his final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who said it murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's been through. She needs at least like a day in the hospital, you know, to chill. We need to find the truth. The prosecution called Maya Faye to the witness stand. Oh dear. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. God fucking damn it, Judge! Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it this time? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. It's not my fault that I'm always being saved by competent women. And Edward. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. All of you bitches go.
February 10, 2:56 p.m. District Court. Defendant Novi number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
He's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the secret cabin.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root for you on. To root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Coven yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that... Oh god, my nose is terrible. It's so itchy. Alia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, two defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, just one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Zuxnim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. That's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Boop. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Oh, sorry, that was Iris. I thought it was Phoenix. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was a murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shirishito. I wiped the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victims up to date in the record. The court record. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. And also he wants me to walk his walls. He has some questions about Dahlia Horton.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Is it about my boyfriend? So it's true. Aris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Yeah, boobs McLarch. What is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elysia's name really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
But what do you mean by that?
I want you to figure out that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Aris wouldn't tell me who called her.
But still... I think that just made me... I know who it was.
That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means... that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hasakura temple site up by Pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple site for almost an entire day.
Exactly, so the culprit
was someone that wasn't in Hasakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Thanks, books, my lord.
Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway?
And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye?
Whoever it was, I have to prove it.
Me, all by myself. Just me, myself, and I. Yes. Yeah, but... God, this trilogy is so long.
February 10th, 36.
Yeah. This is quite of lovely things. I really need my coffee. Okay, before we proceed any further, I'm gonna go get my coffee. And more water. And stretch my back. I needed to do it like 20 minutes ago, but I thought it would go fast. I thought it would be faster. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, back to the shit. Got it. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Ooh, the dagger test, right? Tests? For the dagger, idiot! Yes, test on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. But that is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Oh boy. Very well. Please bring the last witness. Oh, hi Maya, you changed your clothes. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Oh god, my nick. This is like the 5th time that she's been in this position, I feel. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Karain channeling technique. I'm frightened. The fake clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the fake bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. Also, Maya, you don't work enough to, like, get paid, so... And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Duxnim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. You're kind of an asshole, you know that? Well, there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been with the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Horton, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Got it, why are you like this? It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. It doesn't look well at all. Boop. You think you screamed, but you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I will have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Whoa, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Yeah? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What do you say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. Yeah, what have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up to try and or try to hide things in this chamber. Got it? That's what people do all the fucking time. They try to hide things all the goddamn time. And they lie. All the good time. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah?
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Duxnim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya. Oh, my nose is itchy again. You know who killed your mother, don't you?
No?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court. Mr. Goddard explained this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Steer. No, I don't like it with milk, I like it with sugar. That is the state of the witness' mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. No! Wait, cafe au lait. You're not supposed to pronounce the T. God fucking damn it, French.
I hate the French!
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Yes. It is. It shouldn't. Not unless it's a frappe, but otherwise. Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. What? I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bar, I'll have you know. Oh, hi, Final Fantasy reference. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness' mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What do you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Right, do you have any idea what you're proposing? Yes, I am. I have an idea what I'm proposing, because there's only one person that we've seen that would be able to be immediately recognizable in the dark. A person who just happened to exude red lights when he goes about in the dark. Because he has a stupid idiot visor. Because he cannot see the color red because his eyesight is fucked. Got it. What could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Goddard. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, tried, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murders Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. Phoenix. All cops are bastards, don't be like that. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see it for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Well, this is... but it can be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction, right? Although I'm pretty sure that this is slightly different than how it looks when it happens the first time. Like, it happens the first time on case 3, I think. And I think that the sprite is different. Like, his face is not shown as much, it's just the lights that are shown. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! 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 Prosecutor Goddard, what is the meaning of this? You know. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? God damn it, I didn't get to read that. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's were asking as a witness, that's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize, as Mr. Goddard said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. God fucking damn it. The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, that's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true, it's hard to see how that would have been of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. This is also press. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah, the area collapsing ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up the he could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Okay, and then I need to go back. This is an express. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you? Yeah, to protect.
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
And that brings it back to the stone lantern. The body of Elise Dioxnin was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, this is good coffee, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh?
And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It was the message written in blood on the lantern.
Oh.
It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah.
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right! Order! 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 Bailey, whack the balls. All of their balls. Whack them all. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? But will this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Yeah, and it's because he couldn't see it, you idiot. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Because the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains will be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred here. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the blood writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? I know. Got it. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Nope, no it's not. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background. can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Trevian. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goddard. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that smeared all over the apron. To be fair, that was ketchup, so... I don't know. I feel like the ketchup stain is like... silly. Like, I feel like you would smell it and be like, yeah, this doesn't smell like dried blood. Oh, this coffee had a lot of coffee beans at the bottom. Wait, I hate that. That's ridiculous. No one told me about a blood stain. Yeah? You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Goddard, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goddard is the murderer. I can. He's kind of a douche like that. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goddard, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Duxlim, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Don't laugh at me. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer was unable to see the color red. This is a reach. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah! Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goddard? Wait just a minute. Maya! What is it, witness? Mr. Goddard, it isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why, what do you mean? I may not look like, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. because she was channeling Dahlia Houghton. Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
You plan to cover for Gordon no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too.
Got my nose.
Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple's side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goddard arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly fast and cheered her right up.
Who is this, Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. She has a gigantic forehead.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly will never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Goddard, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Huh? He cheer her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Goddard.
And here I was thinking you are nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Goddard style. And I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. God, you're all stupid, especially the judge. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Phoenix, you're so stupid. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like our investigation went about as well as yours, right? After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Goddard say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goddard when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dexnium. Yeah, there it is. Mr. Goddard, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip up. The hanging scroll in the training hall? Hanging scroll? But Mr. Goddard is right, that scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Goddard, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was a Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that is a mark of the master, correct? Exactly, so if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Goto described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Goddard, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Douchebag. Can I ask you one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Goddard knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yeah! The bundleton. It was opened once before. Remember? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay altered the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Goddard could have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center! Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor just such as Mr. Goddard. Order! Order! Order for the third time. Mr. Goddard, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life.
And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. That is exactly what happened. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do it? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goddard? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goddard. For the same reason, huh? Okay, tried. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Boop. Boop. Hi, Mia. It's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Goddard is a defense attorney? With your honest piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goddard. His real name is Diego Armando. Probably a Maradona reference. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls kills himself. Mia's Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. Demoness. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked, and also her boyfriend eventually. Which, Mia, get better tasting, man. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. I mean, that is very handsome of him, but still. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Houghton. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Houghton slipped some poison into my coffee, like a motherfucker. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused, which explains everything.
That's terrible. Although the white hair is kinda cool. Very, anime style.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loaded had been sentenced to death. The woman you loaded. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Horton. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. Well, life is painful like that sometimes. When I'm old, much older than I am today, I do feel like there's not gonna be anyone waiting up for me. But that's just the way it is sometimes. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? Well, Phoenix, one is definitely revenge. One is definitely the revengeance, okay? 100% revengeance. The first was you tried. Huh? Me? 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 Wait, I have a boyfriend! If I hadn't drank the stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You don't know that. She could have died anyway. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. Okay, but Phoenix didn't even know what cases she was involved with at the time, so he didn't know that she had that evidence and that she would get killed by it. Like, there was no way for Phoenix to know, and it's not like he was dating the woman, so it's not like he was gonna be around her the entire time forever. If you'd been there, well, maybe it wouldn't have happened because you would have been with her in the room, admittedly, so it would have been slightly different. But Phoenix is not responsible, my dude. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's why you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Asakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the Fane family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's why I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you.
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Houghton.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Houghton into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As a Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Houghton so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Ah!
What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Houghton. Got it? Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Fright. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Goddard. Well tried. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Shows me in a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I have the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Goddard. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime.
Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She was struck back at the enemy. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red light went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights, I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. Oh, you know.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break right. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Sure thing, boss. I mean, judge.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's this one. This is a personal. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went off?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then was Dahlia Horton.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer? Let's go to it.
I think Dahlia Horton must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kinda wonder. Now that's a contradiction. Think of the dagger. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. I'm glad that the judge knows that. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out the scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah, is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out the scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Horton had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
I don't know, the knife.
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right, I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Horton struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. No. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goddard, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I recall if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's your problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Liar!
This dagger, he said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Hodod had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya, he probably has more than one set of clothes. Like, Phoenix definitely has at least like 3 or 4 suits that are just that blue color, 100%. Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everybody that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed, and the police headed for the inner temple...
Mr. Goddard was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Indeed, Phoenix.
Order in the... God damn it.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Yeah, did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Tride. You know how cold it gets up there at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Yeah. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, try it. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goddard of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. That's good, a fighter until the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Oh no, the unlimited penalty. I'm gonna save just in case. But I always get scared by that kind of shit, just like insta death. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break, you got nothing right. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the kid could have hidden his wound. What do you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop right. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location? Where's this location where where you say the killer hid his wound? I mean, your face, wouldn't it? Like, it's the one place that you can hide. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask, sucker. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goddard, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh. Yeah, that must have hurt. Everyone's honest reaction to that. Oh, Maya is okay. This is what he wanted. Are you gonna take off the mask or not? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. To be fair, he didn't know that. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. Also technically not Phoenix's fault. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Goddard. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yeah. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. Sorry, I'm having Library of Ruina flashbacks. Like, damn, Roland coded, huh? I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Houghton standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? God damn it, I hit my mic. Sorry about that. Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. Yeah, that's usually Edward's thing. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goddard. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Oh. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. You forget already. In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
He's so dramatic. Anyway, someone call an ambulance? He's bleeding.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando explained that to me. Oh, goddammit, I thought it was the judge again. Goddammit.
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? What for? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... fucking? Is that what you were gonna say? What you were fucking?
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Houghton wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Finny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation under surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepare for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't console me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine.
Aris? Please don't be creepy like that. Like, I already have a... Well, I have 2 hands. I have 2 hands. And one is occupied by the boyfriend. But I need you to understand that saying that to a man is creepy.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Houghton was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drunk over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. And they never use a Sprite ever again. It's for that one gag. I know it's supposed to be serious, but to me it's just funny. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Dexnem. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant...
Not guilty! Yay!
Court is now adjourned. Really? No confetti? God damn it. Well, at least the people who have to clean the confetti don't have to clean the confetti this time. Good for them. February 10, 4:51 p.m. District Court, defendant number 1.
So I guess it's all over.
The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. I hope you don't lose your badge in a horrifying incident that will repress you and destroy you emotionally later. What? Don't worry about it. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cares so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia... I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. And then she never appeared again in any of the games. I handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out and with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. How can you be so bright and cheaper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked, you even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edward, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edward and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edward. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true I got a place in this world, right? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edward? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Edgy. Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ow. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture. Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty damn good too, if you ask me. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
Oh boy, that's bad. Hey, Pearly.
Hey, Pearly.
Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah? To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now it's exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgewood, I think I'm starting to understand too. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Faye being strong for? Poor Files. Barely. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the fake one. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Well, it looked like we got quite the bunch here. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? You know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win! Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary should sort of kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but that's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Not the French! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean. Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're fucking doomed. Come on, let's go everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
So I figure she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault.
Yeah, it was mostly her mom, but that's also kind of the point, Maya.
What should I do?
Good question. Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about it, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. I have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're there.
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls may have gone to. Is either to see Iris or to see her mom. February 10, Hazakura Temple, main gate.
Hazakura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, is where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearlie's not here.
Oh.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Oh!
Someone cleared it off. It's got to be pearls.
Ah! Hey, you, Maya.
Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that?
Mythic Maya. Hey, Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my voice and Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to die just to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here, though, is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mythic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini!
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name occurring, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. No regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
It's thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Ah!
Mother... It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
Ah, she even broke the thing before.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting.
Ah,
it is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Miss Maya. I eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even work on her course, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? No. You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love you, Spy. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. And that's the ending for the trilogy. And oh my god, it took 10 extra minutes from normal to... Oh, this game is so long. I didn't remember Trials and Tribulations being so long. You're not a big sister to Nick. Come on, girl. It's because someone looked to caption or something. It happens every game. At this point, she always gets in some shit. No. Pearl, why are you like this? Why are you like this, Pearl? Aww. Why do you have to say it like that, Gumshoe? I mean, I don't disagree, but also... Oh, Adrian! No thanks. Oh, you goddamn twink. That's the best consulting. I support their criminal acts, so it's fine. Oh, hi, Viola. Thanks. I hope she doesn't kill me. Oh, you. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Was the image flickering, or am I insane for a second? Like I thought the
screen was flickering. Man, the first trilogy is good. Like, Apollo Justice is probably my favorite game by far, but the first trilogy is good. Oh yeah, that happened. Yeah, let's not think about it. Control of the objections.
Objection.
Objection.
Wait, are they gonna include fucking pain? Yeah, there it is. God fucking damn it. It's so high pitched and painful. Oh no, it's you. This sucks.
That sucked.
Larry, why do you have to say that? That's painful. That was painful. God damn it, Larry. Aww. Look at all those dead people. And that was it. The end of the original trilogy. And it's been 15 minutes over time, so we can finish for today. That was good. That was nice. That was way longer than I thought it was going to be, considering I thought that we would have time for something else today. But no, we do not. Boy. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow it's on whatever day, technically, because I'm doing the old stream schedule, so tomorrow I do whatever the fuck I want. And then next week, since I'm going back to work like an adult, we're doing the new schedule again, which is Fridays at night and then morning Saturday and Sunday. And we're starting Sorry We're Closed this weekend. It's not that long, it's around 6 to 8 hours, so we should be able to finish it in 2 streams, give or take. But yeah, we're doing Sorry We're Closed. And then we'll see, because I might decide to do more Ace Attorney. Usually I do a Yakuza game at the end of the year. The problem is that Yakuza games are inherently long. I think 3, which is the next one, since I finished Kiwami 1, 2, and 0, I think 3 is one of the shortest. I think. But I still would like to have more time to play it. And on January, I do get 2 weeks of vacation. Like, I think it's the first week of January that I have free. I think that it would make more sense to play smaller stuff and try to play... try to start Yakuza then, because I'm gonna have like a couple more streams to do. And like it'd be easier to finish. But I'll think about it. It's a problem with really, really long games. They're gonna be kind of difficult to stream outside of like I have a day free and I can like choose to do a stream that day that is like unprompted, like unplanned. But anyway, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for something else. I don't know what yet. But it's not this. Oh, thank God it's not this. Jesus Christ. Phoenix, why are all your cases ridiculous? God. Anyway, have a good day. Bye, everyone.